Welcome to the chat, Cargo. Test. Yeah, no, my mic is registering. I haven't been saying anything. I just started the stream right now. Hello, Cargo Clippy. Welcome. Trying to prepare the stream. Just getting things situated on my end. All right. So hopefully I don't drop any frames. I think I resolved the issue. So I think I could actually have a stream today. Yeah, things look good. Perfect. All right. So we're gonna start off where we dropped off last stream, and basically we're gonna implement the edit and remove features, add the necessary use cases needed for the remove option. Essentially, the user shouldn't be able to remove their payment method, their primary method, unless their subscription is canceled or they have another primary payment method selected. So I have to just build out that logic, and it all begins with the front end side of things, just making sure the states are kept being tracked properly, essentially. So that's what we're gonna do today, and we might even dabble in actually setting up the add payment method functionality as well. So let's get that situated. Just testing out a few of my scenes real quick. All right. So the first thing we need to do is actually add that option. We're currently not keeping track of whether a payment method is a primary payment method. We have to see if that's an actual option within the system. So to do that, let me see, how would I approach this? How would I approach this? All right, so I guess we could start in the back end. Not there in our model. Yeah. So we added a new object, well, a few new objects. Network generated payment method. I guess this will be identified on the subscription level. That's how we'll set the state. Because we'll kind of need to identify what's the payment method, the default payment method for the active subscription. So we need to pass and store that within state. Okay. So I think the way I'm going to approach this is actually storing it within our account service, as that's our our state management or our state bucket for these type of things. You'll probably remove that. Let's delete that. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go to our service, and this will be stored within the account. So we're currently not keeping track of any account state besides what we're storing within our local storage. So I think it's fair to say we should keep track of some sort of state in our account service, which will allow us to pull from if necessary, and that should get stored upon signing in. We also have to hydrate it if they come back, so we're gonna have to check whether it exists or not, and if it doesn't exist within the state, then we'll have to pull it. Let's build a struct that will house this. We'll just say state since we're already in this guy. Payment method. ID. I think that's all we need for right now. And we don't necessarily need to store it at all times. We could prime it, but we could prime a state if they access any page that actually utilizes it. And if they... Well, it would make sense to load it every time, just in case it changes. Alright, we'll keep it like this for now. And then we'll move from it. Yeah. Alright. So I think for now this is what we'll store that information. What is this? All right. So accounts. So we may want to make this an option. It may not be relevant if the user isn't logged in yet. We'll just say none for now, and that's fine. All right. All right. We'll do billing. It's going to be authenticated routes. And there's going to be two. One that will get the account settings, well, the account billing. And then the other one will save the account billing. Really, there won't be a post for this. Majority of these actions will be done through the payment API rather than the billing API. So it'll just be a get for now. And this will allow us to get the proper states. Okay, so I don't think there will be any requests. Yeah, I think it's fair that there won't be any requests. Let me see something. I should be storing this information within our database. So I shouldn't have to pull it from Stripe. I should be storing it, honestly. I think I'm only storing the customer ID, but not the subscription. Yeah, okay. So it might also make sense to add another column here. Oh, this is a pretty good one. Let's heart this one. All right, let's add and I don't think this should be null. This is gonna have to be set upon account creation, so we're gonna have to adjust some account processes right now. All right, cool. All right, so what we have to do is, let's go back here. The subscription transaction. Service. Let's go to our service real quick. All right, so this is where we left off. So we're adding subscription here. Let's go to our Stripe service, add subscription. Grabbing that, we're matching. Oh man, we're not done yet. We're creating the subscription item here. So really, we'll leave the error here, but I want this to return a some or none regardless. So we're grabbing the response. Where is this? Grabbing a response, we're compiling it to the subscription object, and we're unwrapping it. And that's what we're getting back here. All right, so that will give us, I should probably make it a results, honestly. But I want the error handling to happen in the Stripe service rather than here. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. All right. Put this in a match. It's an option, so we're dealing with some, sub, and none. We'll just return our none. So that means we need a I had a workflow in mind when I built this out, so I have to make sure I'm following it still. So actually, we should be able to respond with let's respond with the subscription object. For now, I'm gonna use the sub object though, but we'll return it just in case we need to use it externally after processing this. But I will create another method here that would allow us to store our settings within our database. Let's create insert subscription. Right on. I think what I'm going to do is let me change the hockey real quick. I want to be able to cycle through tabs. I mean, I could use Alt-1. That works for me. All right. What's up, Danny? Thanks for the follow. What is the config of Vim that's when it reaches the end of the line using the L key, it does not go to the line below? I am not sure what you're asking. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I just use Control V and up to go through yeah, I'm not 100% sure, actually. I don't really use any sort of key map to go all the way down to the bottom of the file. The key you move to the right in normal. Oh, you mean tabbing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm following. I apologize. Option. When it arrives at the end, does not go down. When it arrives on the end, it does not go down. No, sorry about that. Yeah, no worries. Oh yeah. We'll just say none for now, right here. I'm fairly new with Neovim as well, so I'm not very savvy with any of the hotkeys. I'm still learning like my way through it. I'm digging this song too. Pretty cool song. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and create the query needed to update. Yeah, this is much better. So I guess the trick is we'll use two Neovim workspaces or 2 tabs for each project. This should probably also help with load time. So transactions, let's see. So I don't think I'm gonna be making multiple. I think I'm just simply gonna execute it. And we'll provide the params, which will be this for now. I also don't think I'm gonna... Well, I think I will actually. So let's just make sure our subscription item contains majority of this information and see where we're gonna pull the remaining information. So we should be good. I'm positive that it has pretty much all of it. We just have to go to definition. So we're looking at plan ID, which is the product, the account ID. The plan ID is the ID we're storing on our end, on our database. Our account ID is our database, start time and end time. So we have end time and we have start time. So we have that information. We have our Stripe ID. Does it have primary payment? Default payment method. So we have primary payment method here. And canceled would be... I'm pretty sure canceled is not required. Yeah, it's not required. So I think we're good. I think we have all the information we need. We should supply it with the account ID, the plan ID, and the subscription object, and that should be Oh, we have payment. We have product here, which is awesome because that's how we're building it, and then we could pass our plan ID, our account ID, and yeah, that's awesome. All right. Wonder if I could access this here. Yes, I can. Perfect. Perfecto. Pretty good song too. All right, so we don't need ID because that's going to be stored automatically. All right, so that's what we're going to pass for now. All right, so PID. We're dealing with PID, AID. Sub. Start at. I'll add the, so I could iterate through this quickly. ID. Current period, days until due. Renew at. Will I have to calculate that myself? We could kind of calculate with there has to be an option though. Pending. Days until due. I mean, we could definitely use that to calculate the actual date, renewal date. I mean, current period end. Let's see what that gives us. Subscription. Just so we're looking at current period end. So it's definitely a date, obviously. End of the current period that the subscription has been invoiced for. At the end of this period, a new invoice will be created. Okay, so yeah, we can use this as our date. I don't know if we may have to convert it though, because I don't know if it's formatted the way we need it. Okay, so let's renew at created. We could kind of just use today's date. Actually, we shouldn't have to set that, honestly. That should be set automatically. That should be then, yep, created that. So we don't need to set that. We need to remove that actually. Cancelled at. And then sub default payment method. And I think that's it. So I'll go through here, make sure we're borrowing all these things as per spec. We'll await that. We're looking at results. Yep, this is exactly what we want. So that's simple as that. That shouldn't require anything else. Perfect. Okay. ID. Product ID is what? This has to be set within the environment file. Price ID, product stripe, price ID. And yeah, so we're setting this properly. So we have our ID, and then our sub is not our sub request. It's our subscription. We insert it, and then we just return the subscription after we do that, because that completes the circle. What's going on? Oh, I forgot to add a weight. That should be good. It's gonna move, isn't it? I think it is. We'll see. It's gonna require me to clone it. Yep. Sure. Actually, we'll clone it. Alright, so I actually need to spin up my marketing side. This song is pretty good too. Alright, so we're gonna delete all the accounts that we currently have and recreate it and test the whole process. Perfect. So we'll just open this guy. Let's clear our... All right. right. All right, so that's full circle. We should have all the necessary data now in our subscription table. And we don't. Huh. We have our plans. Select all. Am I missing something here? Maybe I'm missing some variable. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Bear a bit. All right. So we need to figure out why this isn't being triggered. Because obviously it should be. So we'll see. It could also be because there's an error with the code, and I'm not tracking that because I'm returning it directly here. So let's go ahead and make this a match instead. All right. There we go. There we go. Hate that I hate that CLC doesn't really provide me the ability to add the arms. I have to write it myself. So we're dealing with OK, which is I think it's rows inserted. Okay. I mean, if I learn how to type. And then we'll just deal with it's pretty slow for my taste. All right, so now we should be able to go through the entire process again. Why is this getting stuck at that? That's strange. We'll just do this. Yeah, this is strange right here. All right, we're gonna go through this process once again. What the frick? All right, so we're gonna say testing again. Testing at me.co. Testing co. Testing me.co. Select the high plan. It's gonna give me an error. Ooh. Found an issue. I'm not handling the errors properly on the front end. All right, so we are getting an error. Insert has more expressions than target columns. So we're obviously doing something wrong here. So let's see. Oh crap. Well, that sucks. I just removed everything I had there. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Insert has more expressions than target columns. Oh, it totally does. Fair enough. Okay. All right, let's try this again. I don't see any inserts here. Oh, well, this should only be in the, okay. No, that may be valid actually. Continue. Still not storing. Guess we're gonna go through that again. All right. All right, let's see what error it gives us, because there's obviously going to be an error. Timestamp, yep. All right, so I could possibly just go to definition here. I could possibly do something like do from possibly. I wonder if it's smart enough to take it as a string and then format it. I mean, we could try it out. Expected. Oh, okay. So that's really what the issue is. Okay. Oh, it's an option too. So I have to unwrap it. I mean, that makes sense. Probably don't even need to do that anymore. So it's from UTC, from local, daytime, native time. What is native time? From timestamp. Okay, that's what we need. We need to do it from. Okay. That's so we're looking at from timestamp. mean, timestamp isn't there. Oh, date time from timestamp. There we go. Nanoseconds. Can I just say 0? And then use sub unwrap. Is that fair enough? Is that how I would approach that? Let's try it out. There's also a dot here for whatever reason. I mean, there isn't any errors, so I think we should be good. Alright, let's see if we get any new errors. Still get an error. Oh. Because I'm not done yet. It's just a type mismatch. I need to get the right type. With Chronos. With Chronos, do I not have that? Let's check. I do have with Chronos. So it's just a matter of formatting the date time properly. Wrong type, Rust, timestamps. Okay, so I could use okay. I'm gonna assume this is fine. We'll test this out. Oh, from local. From UTC. Okay. From native time. Thanks for the follow, Matthew. From local, naive date time. From timestamp, we're generating naive date time. Oh, I see. Okay. No, date time right here. From that should be good too. Oh, you need to provide a type. UTC? Offset. How's the offset supposed to be set? Doesn't seem right either. I don't know, that just doesn't seem right. Oh, you just pass the UTC. I guess that's the type you need. Okay, so that's looks good. All right, so now let's test it again. Let's see if if we accommodate the type needs. All right. Select the granddaddy plan. See, I'm still doing it. Maybe I don't have the right type on the subscription. Oh, that may not be the issue. Really, it may not be the issue. I'm only focusing on the renew date, but I'm not taking into account our start date and our end date, which is also a U64. So that's probably where our issue lies. So let's do this. Let's make this a bit more readable. Let's actually import native date time instead. And we unwrap that. Ends at, starts at, start date, renew at, yeah, let's just so it's a little bit more readable. So that could have secretly been our problem. I may have been just focusing, I can't speak right now, blah, on the renewal at date and not actually take into account these other guys. So what are we looking at? Arguments. So, and that isn't, it's a value? What is end at? I'll be able to see the type up here. Subscription item. This is our object right here. Yeah, it's a timestamp. So I have to make sure I set that properly. Go to definition. Ended at, where are you? I-164. I-64. Ended at, started at, and then we have our current. All right, perfect. That should be good. Now this should be fine. All right. And we'll do this again. We'll start this. We just need to make sure to store this subscription data on the server so we could pull it without having to call Stripe for any of that information. Okay, so now we're facing a new error. Panicked at option 675. So 675. Right here. So it panicked here. So ended at. So this shouldn't even be set, actually. We shouldn't even have to send that because we're actually creating it here. So let's remove that. So we got our typing properly. Actually, no, we don't know yet, unfortunately. So we're dealing with 1, 2, 3. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we don't know. Because it broke before it got to where we needed to go. Alright, we'll just do this again. Sounds like the Stranger Things theme song. Okay. Let this be it. Let this be it. Cancel that. We shouldn't need to cancel that either. Renew at. Damn, so Tokyo Postgres isn't smart enough to unwrap it. Song's so motivating. Oh man. What playlist am I listening to? It's funny. All right, so we got another error. Has more expressions. Oh man, did I forget to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fair enough. Oh man. Alright, so we're receiving some other issue. No value in column and that of relationship subscription. Alright, so it's taking our dates, which is great. So what this means is, and that is set as a required field, I'm assuming. Columns. And at, yeah, it's required, but let's end it at, it's a, it could possibly be null, so it shouldn't be, yeah, no, this, and that is similar to cancel that. I created this because this is how I structured it. I based it off of the API, but that should be good. Yeah, I think we got it now. So let's just test it out once again. Let's go through the motions. All right. We did not get any errors, so I'm gonna assume we actually have values here. Yep, we have values. Perfect. We have our subscription ID, we have our PAN ID. Perfect. Cool. So I go ahead and start cleaning up our response, our debugging messages, I mean, yeah, no, this should be good. Perfect. So let's truncate this guy and create an actual account. Test me. Test.me.co. All right. Test co. Test.co. Okay. We'll create that account. This should be fine. All right. So we should have this set again. Perfect. Cool. And this returns, so we're full circle now. We're actually associating the account with the actual subscription. So we should be able to create another method here. We'll just call this subscription. So what we're gonna do is yank our client. And we're gonna just do a simple query. Trying to make sure Yeah, that's fine. Alright, we'll just do that. We're dealing with a UUID, ID, UUID. This is gonna be date, time, UTC. I wonder if that's fine. That should be fine, right? This is going to be a string. And this is going to be date, UTC. Time. Come on. UTC. This is going to be option. This is string, and this should also be an option. Cancel that option, created that renew at date subscription. Okay. missing that. We have that, so we need to create a from. We could do that. I'm just gonna, I know I'm doing it somewhere here. What's going on here? UTC needs to be put into scope as well. We will just add it ourselves. Let's just add it ourselves. Alright, so we have that. We're still in error. Am I not using the right time? The right type? Let's see. Oh, it's just, is it just? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Got it. All right. Be right back. All right, let's get this going. Let's get some code going. All right, perfect. So now we have this. We need to just build. I have a feeling I have to create a. Yeah, I have to create a from role. We'll imitate this guy. All right. Okay. All right. To do. Row. Try, get. Actually, let's do this. All right, let's actually. How can I get? One. Hold on, let me do a quick little search. I know I'm missing something. Hold on. So we have I know I could wrap something around parentheses to identify what I want to pull out. I really want to learn this. I will figure this out. feel like I need to escape it before I can use it. So okay, there we go. And I think I could use what's tab? What is tab here? R is new line. Oh, / backtick. Tab. Backtick space. All right, we'll do it like this for now. All right. Cool. So we should be able to use one. One. Cool. Bam. Row. Yeah, I just want to grab. Can I do? Word. Word. Oh, okay. I can do that. No. Oh no, I messed it up. Yeah, I messed it up. All right. That's how we do it. All right. So we do that. Backtick 1. Perfect. That. We type in row. Get. Backtick 1. And we push enter. And then there's just a few that we need to make sure we do a try get. And we unwrap. Or we say none. It's end that and cancel that. We can remove that guy. That's cool. I need to practice that a little bit more. Where's the error here? Row. That makes sense. Shouldn't be in here. But let's do action complete. Yep. Perfect. It should have pulled in, hopefully it pulled in the Postgres version of rows. Yeah, we'll make sure to correct that. And with that done, we should now be able to come back here. Results. Bursts. Results. So we're doing okay. Let's bring this down. Another thing I need to learn is how to go to the end of the line. I still don't know how to do that. So that's there. We'll return results, bursts, map. Yeah. I'm always manually going to the end of the line. Question mark. Oh, that's fair. That's cool. I have to get my fingers used to that little guy. Subscriptions. Query. Do I want, I don't think I want to do a result. I think I'm just gonna do an option. An option and then none. And then some. I don't even need to do that because map should automatically provide me that result. All right, that should be good to go. I believe. Where are these errors coming from? First results. Found a new. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to do an explicit return. Return. Yeah, that is true. All right. With that said, if we don't get an OK result, it's an error. But if we get an OK, we return our subscription option object. There, I feel like there's an error somewhere else though. this is too slow for me. I need something upbeat. Alright. Cool. All right, so now we could do that. So now we need to add that to our controller. So we're already doing that here. Billing. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. All right, perfect. So now we'll just come here and put a definition. Really? Oh, get account subscription. Damn it. Wait. Is it a resolve? Yep. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Let's mark this file. Alright, we're gonna do that number on it. Actually, I'm gonna have to respond with HTTP okay with body. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to parse it first. Description, unwrap. Should probably make this an error instead. Let's do that. Alright, so let's go to sources. We're currently in billing. Let's mark this file. We're definitely going to need to access our services, which will be accounts. Let's mark that file. And that's good for now. So account service, let's just create just yank this right real quick. Shouldn't need that. Perfect. That's valid. This is a valid response type. Oh, I need to go back. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the same exact number here. So, yeah, we're using this structure. So, let me just... An error has occurred. This one has to be that, so we're gonna do Sarday. I should probably add a function to message that does this automatically. Sure, let's do that. Go to definition, impl, message, t, JSON, self, string, to string, and then here, yeah, I need to make sure I do this a lot more often, because this seems like the best approach to actually sending messages. So message class will no longer be that. This will be success. And I can even make this better and provide enumerators for these values as well. Alright, there is an error still occurring here. Where are you? Oh, I forgot to add the... Yeah, that makes sense. Is it that? I think it's this. I think the plus goes after if I'm adding multiple trades. Yeah. Perf. Okay, cool. Cool. That works for me. So we're grabbing it, we're parsing it the way we need it to be parsed. Okay. Account billing. Let's make sure we're using that, because I don't think we need to add settings to the mix. We could just say billing. Billing details. So now we have to add our actors. So it'll be so it's, I don't know if it's, got it. Okay. So it's on billing details. And then okay. See, I'm gonna also do the same thing here, because there's no need for me to constantly have to parse this. So I'm gonna go ahead and create an info for this as well on the front end side of things. It just feels better. So we're dealing with T, serialize, message, T, JSON, self, Sarday, to string, unwrap. Yep. What's going on here? I think that's just because I'm not done with it yet. Right, so now I could just simply JSON, you know? Keep it as simple as that. We need to add this to our context. Go to that definition. Perfect. On get. Oh, it's not on, it's just get. On is the intent and gets is the response. So data. Expect a string. Oh, I did forget to add a response type. That should be fine now. Cool. Cool beans. All right, so we're getting our details. We're responding back to our component. Still scanning it. There we go. So that's fine. So now, since we're in billing, we have to make sure the idea was to set the subscription items here. So we're getting the ID and the payment method. So really, I don't need to send any data because I'm not using it, because I'm storing data within the state. Do I want to store the state that way? Alright, so let's got billing details. Accounts, service, context. Am I importing it? Account service. Go to definition. Oh, let's. Yeah, I need to import the service context. I'm just not using this yet because I'm not requesting it, but I'll use it right now actually. Perfect. So we have that. That should be perfectly fine. Another one would be let's active subscription. All right. What's up, Hex? Do you ever think about Richard Stallman? That joke is pretty pretty strange, but I get the sentiment behind the joke. How are you doing, Diahex? Oh, what I could also do to make life easier. Oh, I'm for that. I'm totally for that. Let's add a try into to our message type. Into oh, there's a lot of people that use Neovim on Twitch. I'm doing good. I'm just crunching along, trying to get this billing detail distributed to my front end, so I could then display the information a lot more accurately on the front end. This is true. This is true. The Vimmers are usually during the week. Into. So we'll say into, and then we'll say data string, and then we'll do something like sarday JSON. We should probably make it an option as well. I'm assuming this is going to be fine. From string. As string. B. I'm gonna have to add B here. I think that's how I would go about that. I don't know if it's gonna force me to add B to the type itself. I hope not. B is already used. Generic type with impl. Appreciate it. Have a good time watching other streamers. Impl. All right, here we go. Yeah, no, this one is too slow for my liking. Appreciate the follow, Dix. Well, good luck with that. Be careful. There's a few people that will instant ban you. Tread lightly. The type B is not constrained by input trade. Can I specify deserialize here and then just specify it? Do I have to specify in the parents? Okay, so this may be it. This might do the trick. Well, let's see. What is the issue here? Oh, it's a results. Got you. Okay, no, that's fair enough. I'll do a results. And what is the error? Sarday JSON error. Sarday JSON error. And then this is, oh yeah, I do have to borrow it. Why do I need to declare a lifetime? Missing life. It's asking me to add that, but then it screams at me. Oh, it's probably let's you want me to clone it first? Appreciate the raid, Moscow. Appreciate it. Welcome to chat, everyone. Welcome to the stream. My fellow Rustacean, what's up? How is it going? All right, let's. Value is temporary. I'm facing the the DX of you nowadays. I mean, still work in progress, but I think you could pretty much do anything you could do on any other JavaScript framework. Just obviously you have to do a little bit more because of the borrow checker and ownership, but other than that, I think it's fun to develop with. I actually got it from, so the trick is to make sure you're on a good file system. So don't use any sort of file system that is not supported by the OS. Just make sure you're using an OS supported file system, and make sure you're not running, you know, your compile commands on a virtual machine. Run it on actual physical machine, because like for instance, right now I'm working on like this is on a virtual machine, and this site right here is like on my host machine. So I'm basically compiling the code that's being developed on my VM on my host machine rather than doing it all in my virtual machine. I got my compile times down to, I think it's around like 10 seconds with you, and it's a pretty big project too. But I did have to do some work and create workspace members. So for instance, like I have my front end as my main workspace, and then I have base and component members to my workspace, which will then get loaded independently. So those don't get recompiled unless I make changes to those specific crates, and that tremendously increases the compilation, decreases the compilation time drastically. There's like things, like little things you can improve, and I've gotten the entire file, the WASM file, all the way down to like about like 2 megabytes, 1.7 to 2 megabytes, which is really low and comparable to other frameworks like JavaScript frameworks. So that's really exciting too. It's really exciting. Like if you build if you don't build the release WASM file, the file is around 9 megabytes, but if you build the release using the release flag, it compresses it to all hell to like about 2 megabytes. Let's change this to see. This is too sad for me. Oh, and thanks for the follow, Moscow. Well, what were you building on your stream? Oh, you can't clone this. A programming language in Rust? Is it a programming language, like a meme language, or are you actually trying to build something like legit? Oh, that's dope. Do you store any of your VODs? Around what times do you stream? Because I might jump in one of these days just to see what you're doing. Because that sounds really interesting. So I have to remember, you cannot clone a string. Hmm. Got you. I follow dudes. Next time I see you online, I'll stop by. I'm always interested in seeing what other people are building with Rust. Cheers, man. A Rustacean cheers. Argument required that borrows last for the life cycles is screwing up this method right now. Let's do a little search. Life cycles. Generics and Rust functions. Oh man, log rocket. Let's see what they have to say. Fair enough. That will definitely help to make sure it's in scope. I mean, I don't even need to. I could just do. Oh boy, no, I think I got this. Hold on. Ooh, that is an issue. Because since the anonymous type could be anything. All right, be right back. 1 second. I need to take my dog out. All right. So I won't do that just yet. I want to just build this out and then worry about that later. So with that said, converting it to JSON. And I can also do it the opposite way as well. So yeah, so I could do go to definition. From do I need to put it into scope? I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. Is it? Derive, serialize, debug. Let's add all the things that we're going to use. I'm gonna see how this runs. Sub. That's strange that it's not finding that guy. One second.
Didn't mean those things, I'm sorry. Doesn't matter anyway. We've been here one time too many. Wonder what will happen next. We both know that this ship's going down. Let's get up and leave before We promised that nothing would break us, that we'd always find a way. When all was said and dust had settled, something didn't feel the same. We both know that this ship's going
Oh,
down.
I have to use a different.
Let's get off and leave before we drown.
Oh, no, I use from string.
There's nothing left for us to say, 'cause we're see-through. Let's save ourselves the courtesies, 'cause we're see-through. We both know how this thing goes. Should I leave or should you? There's nothing left for us to say, 'cause we're see-through.
So now we need to call it unload. Count service. Counts request. All right, so that should trigger unload. So that means we should properly get the data now on this page load. Okay, so we do have an error. One second. Let's not preserve the records. Account billing. It is our private scoped request, so did I not write this file? Just write all files. I thought I fixed that already. Huh. I must have clicked undo somewhere, because I swear I set this already. Definitely strange. Let's go to our account controller. Accounts billing. Is it because maybe it's because the trail? The trailing backslash or forward slash, I mean. Possibly. Let's try it out. Okay. So let's see that response data. I mean, I probably don't need to. Yeah, let's not return a string. This is gonna be there we go. And then we should have a console. Invalid map. All right. So let's go to definition. We're gonna create another guy. And this is gonna be this is what we're gonna respond with. All right, so we're gonna use ID and
You better start moving and feel the music. Get your groove on and let it use you. When you feel the fire and you know it's right, pure desire, just hold on tight. Get up, down, move around, get down on the ground, get high and touch the sky. You know the reasons why. Just dance. Come on, just dance. Just dance. Come on, just dance. When the heat gets too hard to handle, and you know you're about to get it, and you can reach much higher now. You better believe it. You can look at the clouds fly by. Come on and let yourself enjoy the ride and fly a little higher, a little higher, a little higher, a little higher. It's time to let go of your inhibitions. Feel the music. It's your new addiction. Yeah, better tell your feet to do some dancing. Don't have to be all that fancy. Ow. Get up, down, move around, get down on the ground, get high and touch the sky. You know the reasons why. Just dance. Come on, just dance. Just dance. Come on, just dance. When the heat gets too hard to handle, and you know you're about to get it, and you can reach much higher now. You better believe it. You can look at the clouds fly by.
all right.
Come on and let yourself enjoy the ride and fly a little higher.
Controller.
A little higher, a little higher, a little higher. Get a little higher. When the heat gets too hard to handle, and you know you're about to get it, and you can reach much higher now. You better believe it. You can look at the clouds fly by. Come on and let yourself enjoy the ride and fly a little higher.
Count. Oh, actually, it's under payment. Oh. Oh, there we go. False positive. All right, so let's see how that reacts. Perfect. That works for me. View. Go to definition. Okay, so we are getting... Oh, okay, default payment method. So maybe... Go back here. Let's change this to... Delete backwards. Save. Perfect. So now this shouldn't be doing that. 137. 137 of account services. 137. True. So we have to do active subscription. Pass that there, and then that gets... There we go. $38. Missing fields. Let's see what it's outputting. Oh, I could be sending it the entire message. That is true. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Yeah, okay. That is true. Cool. All right. Billing. Account service, that's 38. Right there. $. Good sub, none. That's situated. We now should.
I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine,
This isn't a result. I hope this isn't a result. It is a result. Damn it.
I just wanna make you.
And that should be set. All right, so we have the ID for our active subscription and our primary payment method. Thanks for the follow, OD Jove, and welcome. All right, so what we'll do iterate mute. Is it the other way? Mutable iterator? Yeah. This guy. If card equals, I'm assuming my active subscription is loaded first, so I may have to create some sort of waiter or something to check for that before we check this. I mean, actually, since it's already in the iterator, we won't have to really worry about that. Well, no, I think we still do. I could possibly do if let some sub unfortunately we have to do this number on it. All right, so active sub ID, then card, we have to add another state to this guy. We're gonna create primary bool I mean, I could also do the check on the back end and send it with the card information. I think that's better, because then I don't have to check for the sub. I just iterate over. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That's exactly what's gonna happen. So let's go ahead and remove this guy and this guy. So let's go to our payment service. Definition. Huh. Cards. This is our service. Our account service should be the one that's handling that. Get saved cards. Card item. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Payment method. Primary. Our primary. So when we get our cards, is it here? Yeah, let's mark that file just so we have it. So I'm building, I'm mapping it here. Accounts. We're getting our Stripe ID here. We're pooling. All right, so what we'll do is we'll let's mark this file. Mark this file. Is it in here? Payments, controller. Yep. And then let's just make sure this is the right type. What? Oh, let's get account subscription. I always forget that. Get account sub. Option. Run on rapid. There will be an issue All right, for now, we'll deal with that. We'll do it like that. Actually, from C that we'll just leave it in the second line just so I can read it better. No, I'm pretty sure I made it 2 variables as 2 parameters. Oh, I don't think I need it. It should be able to work in the same manner. From PM. Let's change the verbiage just so it's, because I know this is probably already used. No field. What are you talking about? Oh, it's an option, that's why. Well, I mean, really, it's saying unknown field, even though it's subscription. Something strange going on here. Active sub. It's definitely an option. iSubscription. I'm not associating this with the iSubscription. It's getting this guy confused with a different type. Oh. Why does this keep turning back to... There we go. All right, so that's a private function. Okay. So cards. Primary is true. So now we could go back to our front end. We could make that a little bit better. Okay. So we should not show this guy. If crap, I hate this crap right here. I hate how I have to instantiate an HTML, like an output. All right, so remove won't be displayed. And we'll add something here. We have to make sure the card object is yep, it contains it. So we're good there. What's up, Rock Cloud? Yeah. 100% Rust, and you? Raclad. Is that how you pronounce it? Oh yeah, it can do a lot of stuff. What's going on there? Self. Oh, yeah, I have to remove mutes because I'm not mutating it anymore. Got you. I'll remember for the next time. All right, so we're hiding the button. I was hoping that would be checked. Give me one second, someone's at the door. Billing. Let's mark this file. I mean, it should be able to check it. On default. Yeah, I have a tendency of doing that. I have a tendency of misspelling a lot of my words. Actually, to be completely frank, I mean, it'll look nice. Ports. I don't think it's catching my change, so I'm forcing a recompile. It's a combination of both. my main computer, the host computer, is Windows, and then my virtual machine is Pop OS, which is here. And welcome to the chat. It's Ernest. Yeah, I get that. Uh, 8080. My fault. Let's make sure this. There we go. So the front end is U, which is Rust, and the back end is Rust as well. Thanks for the follow, RRQST. So everything you see here was like everything on my front end has been developed using Rust. That's the main reason why I have Windows, not for gaming, but because of the Adobe suite. I use a lot of I use XD, I use Photoshop, I use Adobe After Effects, Premiere, and stuff like that. So I'd rather keep Windows intact just so I could do all those things. Oh, there we go. Okay, so my active state is being set properly. Cool. All right. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people make do without it, but I honestly like Windows because it just, you know, supports a lot of things. So there's a few cool features here. So let's see if this is on. So just to show you the power of Rust and U, basically anything you could do on basic modern web framework, you could do it with U as well. There's a little bit more overhead, obviously, because you have to do extra things to accommodate the type checker, the borrowing, and the ownership. But once you get things like fine-tuned and you actually understand how things work and how like a paradigm works, you could build really good, cool things. Like for instance, I built this video feedback widget, which allows people to go to whatever website has this embedded on their site and record a video and leave a feedback based off of that. Oh, I have to disconnect it from my virtual machine. So let me disconnect this real quick just so I can connect back to the virtual machine. And there we go. So as you can see a video feed of a camera right behind me. And this is like where you could actually set like your devices, essentially. So you can set your video devices, your audio devices, and then preview and test them, you know, just to make sure things work. Once you confirm that, you could actually go ahead and record like a little feedback widget, a little feedback. So you can say whatever you want at any time. You could push pause, think about what you're gonna say next, continue recording from where you left off, pause it. You know, let's say you messed up on the last recording, you could discard the last recorded segments of your entire video and re-record it. And then you can end up previewing it. You can say whatever you want at any time. You could put, you know, and after you finish, you know, recording your video, you could then submit it. So that's one of the major components for this the SaaS application is this right here. I'm just building out the subscription to utilities that will allow users to manage their accounts, and I'm also building out like individual components that I will be repurposing and reusing throughout the app. So, for instance, I've created this this grid, which allows you to paginate through a data set. could be whatever data set. It takes in a generic and basically interprets the generic and populates the properties based off of your configuration. And then we have tabs, we have, we have a lot of stuff here. We have, the account setting. We have a verification process, which allows users to verify their domain, because this script does need to be installed on their website. And this just allows you to verify that domain your site is the script is going to be installed on. And then you could actually enable these widgets on your website, and it'll allow visitors to come and leave feedback pertaining to your service you're providing, and allows them to embed those feedbacks directly on their website. Right now we're just building out the billing portion. We've connected Stripe to this already. We're actually pulling this card information directly from Stripe, and we're actually pulling in like things like all the card information that's required for this to work properly. So we're getting like the brand, the expiration, the year, the last 4 digits, identifiers, checking if it's primary. Pretty cool stuff. So the next portion is to actually implement the ability, give the user the ability to update their primary card. I'm actually so that's one piece of it. So the video feedback, there's multiple ways you can embed this on your website. So you can embed it on a page within like your dashboard, which allows user to leave feedback, a testimonial, a review. It could be used for whatever context. So it's gonna be kind of like, it's going to provide users the ability to leave feedback, but that's not the only thing. This tool there's a lot more features that I have scoped out that I am going to build out, but this is like the first component. The website owner will also be able to embed all the video testimonials, the basic text reviews, feedbacks, or whatever context you want to display it as. They could embed it directly on their website using like some sort of tag, and it'll just list it directly on their website. I mean, it's not overkill. So, I mean, yes, you could build this all in React, Angular, Vue, right? But you also get the benefits of building a future-proof application, because this is a WebSAM app, A lot of the code that it's running at a lower level, and basically you could execute a lot of these a lot of IO complex or IO intense, resource heavy. Appreciate it, yeah. There's a lot of reason why to use Rust, but you could obviously use a different framework. There's no wrong or right way of approaching it. I just wanted to build this because I felt like this was a great introduction to Rust. I literally started developing in Rust probably 85 days ago. I started developing in Rust, so this is actually my introduction to Rust itself. So this is how I learn things. I just dive in the deep end and just start bootstrapping a lot of this stuff. I mean, if you think about it, you hooks into the virtual DOM and allows people to, output whatever they really want. Yeah. Actix is pretty good. I'm actually using Actix as my primary backend web framework for routing and API creation. So all this right here, this payment controller, basically takes in, uses Actix, and I'm generating like routes. I'm checking out my authentication, checking if a method exists for that specific route. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with React and, you know, using it for the front end. It all depends on your goals. At the end of the day, if you want to build really fast, use React. For sure, for sure. And I still use .NET. I still use Angular. I still use React. I still, you know, you have to use what the job requires you to use, you know? All right, so we're on our front end. Appreciate that. A lot of people say like Rust isn't ready for the front end. I doubt that, man. I really do feel like Rust is ready, you know, to be used in the front end space. Thanks for the follow, Alar51. Appreciate that. All right, so we're getting our primary. I'm on the fence. I don't think I really want to allow them to edit their primary card. I wonder if there's even a use case. I mean, let's open up my UX real quick. Let's see what we have here. If it will load. So this was my initial thing. I had it set to defaults. But set default could be initiated through clicking on the radio icons, and that would essentially trigger the set to default action. I honestly think there should only be a remove action, because if they want to edit it, you know, that's essentially a new card, really. They should add a new card if they need to make adjustments to it. Yep, I think that's what's gonna happen. I think I'm gonna simply remove edit. I'm using you. Well, welcome to the stream, aka AWR. I'm using you, the U framework. It's a Rust-based framework. Yeah, I think I'm gonna opt out and eliminate the edit action. I can't think of a use case where a user will edit their card. Like, if they click edit, it should display this, but all right, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to eliminate, well, let's comment it out, the edit option. Keep set to defaults. She sure doesn't. And honestly, do you really think anyone really does know about K-cluster and basic neural networks? I think everyone's just shooting the shit when they're developing it. Now I'm playing. Now it just looks plain. Alright, you know what? We're gonna do it. We are going to do it. Alright, so we're gonna create another component, and this is gonna be our add new payment component, which will have two options. Basically, it'll initially be just a button, a link to add a new payment method, and then it'll just output this component right here. And then we'll use our Stripe elements to essentially allow them to add a new card. Alright, so we'll copy this. So we don't have a so it's gonna be I don't know if I want to name it this.
'Cause I don't recognize you anymore. One sweet and
I don't think I want to name it this.
calculated. You can't be trusted. You want the world for your own. You want maximum profit. I can't afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track, I never looking back. You can't be with me anymore.
All right, so we'll leave this for now, just so we have them there. Let's mark this file. Appreciate that. It's really fun, man. There's something about Rust, man, that just, I literally wake up some days, I'm like, damn, I want to write Rust. It's super strange. Like, I've never felt that way with any language. I take that back. I felt that way first when I first started like programming, but it just rejuvenated that feeling, brought back that feeling. All right. All right, so we're loading that. There's nothing wrong with PHP. I mean, I would also think about your goals. Like, Rust, there is a lot of overhead. I hear Go is really easy to learn, especially if you already know how to program in a language. Rust, there is an extreme overhead to it because it's a different way of thinking in some cases. If your goal is to build low-level applications and using low-level languages, Go could achieve that same thing. And if you're trying to look for a job, you know, there's more opportunities with Go than Rust. So this is, I'm trying to think about how I'm gonna lay this out. So I don't think I need this. And we'll put for sure. I got that. You might fall in love with DevOps. It took me probably like about 5 years to move away from DevOps because I was just so interested in like all the aspects of DevOps and like infrastructure and things of that nature. It's super cool just to think about those type of problems. Oh, I'm still in the club. I still build infrastructure. I still plan, like everything I build. You have to build out your infrastructure. Like, where are you gonna run your services? Yeah, but I think it's a necessity, especially if you're trying to eliminate like overhead. You have to like take into a cost and understand what services will eat up the most costs. Figure out how to like optimize for scale. It's just an interesting topic. So this is gonna be add credit card. I don't need this anymore. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. The tough part is to figure out what route you want to take. I have a lot of friends that, like, when we first jumped into college, they just didn't know what to do. And it's like one of the hardest things, like, to actually get your mind around is to actually understand what your goals are and what route you want to take. Knowing that already, that's pretty ahead. Yeah, I don't think I've seen a few people do like small projects, but nothing like at the scale in Rust. You'll get there. You'll get there. It'll just dawn on you one day. It'll just like be a epiphany. You just randomly think about it, like, oh, you know what? This is what I want to do. You just need to do as much as possible to understand what you like and what you don't like. I fit in this strange bubble where I like design, I like front end, I like, back end. I love DevOps. It's just I like a lot of things, and I'm fairly good at a lot of it as well. But I think my main focus is probably I lean more towards the front end side of things. Find it more enjoyable, but I love back end as well. Well, that's super cool. So this is add. Yeah, this is right. This is right. So we're gonna do add new I did 2 projects. Yeah, exactly. So this is my front end project and this is my back end project. Like if I were to, at the top right here, you see my like different tabs. One is my front end, one is my back end. You gotta, the hair is what makes you, man. The hair is everything. So Claude, it's the same project in grand scale of things because one handles the back end, like back end things, and one handles the front end. So it's in the same project folder. Oh, got you. I call it COVID hair. I haven't cut my hair since the beginning of COVID. So I ended up just locking it. So we're doing this, add new. I was gonna bring this. Yeah, it's actually, there's a lot of history behind, you know, Scotsmen and Vikings also had like dreaded hair as well. A lot of people don't really know that. It's just an era of the time. You know, there wasn't enough, you know, no hair utilities to straighten it or untangle it. So a lot of people back then will have locked hair. And I'm part Scottish, so I think it's suiting. All right, so add new payment method, and then we need to add. Oh, no worries, Claude. I'll explain it. So, got you. So, the way I handle it, and there might be different ways to approach this, but what I do is I create services, right? So I create these services, and the reason for the services is because these functions are asynchronous. So you have to call it and then wait for a response back. So the way I found it to be as seamless as possible was creating like individual agents, which creates like a separate web worker. And for instance, so this is where you do the get. So I created this service called HTTP service, which handles private or public APIs. So there's two instances of this. So I can instantiate a public HTTP service, which won't utilize any sort of authentication. And then I have a private, which then uses the access token that's stored within the local storage or cookie or whatever means you want to store your access token. In most cases, it's mostly local storage. But I instantiate that service and then just do the post request, and then my service automatically associates those access tokens and those headers to that request. Yeah, it's JWT with there's JWT plus an extra layer of encryption using like a server side certificate. So like you can't really you can like use some sort of decryptor, a basic C4 decryptor, to actually decrypt it in any way. Like you actually need the certificate to decrypt the actual access token. And then access token could contain any type of information you want to proceed in the client or in the server. And then you can add extra, security and like different claim types to add extra layer of securities. But yeah, so you have to kind of spawn like a local. You have to spawn another thread, which then gets executed, and then you have to use these things called actors within you, which will then grab your response data and send it back to your service. Your service will digest it and send that data to any components that is subscribed to the service. Think of it as RxJS in a sense, kind of. But yeah, you basically subscribe to the service, you ask for the data, and then the service will then be like, oh, you subscribe to this data, so let me give you this data. And then you could use that data within any component that's subscribed to it. So let's say you want to have like a passive login within let's say you want your profile here to have your like some sort of notification, right? But you also want the notification to display like in a list format on your page. You could kind of utilize the subscription to that service to output that data in both locations. So you don't have to like request that data multiple times. You could just use that same request data on multiple components. So you don't have to like it eliminates a lot of the overhead, but it also adds overhead because you have to create these agents to request any sort of backend, like any endpoint, request any data from any endpoint. Kind of, yeah. That's kind of what it is. It's a event bus, and they actually have a. And you does a pretty good job in explaining the process too. Like if you go to URS, yeah, let's go here real quick. So what you need to look at is agents, and they have this cool little example project called PubSub right here. It's all the way at the bottom of the agent concepts. And it gives you an example of what I just mentioned. So you have a producer and you have a subscriber, right? But you have the event bus, which is the agents. And the agent basically allows you to link to an event bus, So this is your type and this is your output. Trying to show you, yeah, right here. So event bus is a type. So let's do this. I don't need this anymore. Add payment method. Let's try to get this to look exactly like this real quick. Materials, symbol icons. I'm just searching for the icon. I'm using the materials icon just to get this thing like implemented, and then I'm gonna most likely build them by hand or design them by hand just so they're more uniform and unique to the app itself. But it's not high priority for me, so add. So let's paste this. It's from Epidemic Sounds. It's not a particular playlist. It's like something I curated throughout the... I don't know if I can share it. Let's see. It's license-free music. Well, you need a license to play it. So I could play it on Twitch and YouTube without actually getting any sort of copyright strike. Yeah. It's the only way to get your music on YouTube without them bringing it down. It's like, I think like $9 a month. I think you can listen to it for free though, like if you just want to jam out to it. A new payment method. We're gonna do flex, row, font, bolds. I don't think I have this color in my U config. Oh, I do. Cool. So that should be good. Yeah, it's expired. I'll worry about it. No one really goes to it much. It was like a hackathon project I did like probably 4 years ago or something like that. I forget. But I do, like, if you go through it, you'll be able to see what I built. But 3 years ago, there you go. 2 to 3 years ago. But since then, WoW Classic has already gone through two expansions. Well. So that should be good. Let me add a margin right. 10 pixels. I think that's fine. Oh, I have to add this. New payment method. Oh, yeah. What's up, sick mofo? So sick mofo. It's so this is one of the first tools I'm building. Let's wait for it to compile. I just push save 1,000 times. Oh, in the meantime. So essentially the first component the first widget I'll be releasing is this feedback widget. There are other items that I have developed and have been scoped out, just not there yet. But essentially, there we go. So this right here allows you to specify what devices you want to select. So right now I have the microphone, I have the video. You could preview and you can see like the microphone activity underneath the audio device selection. Essentially the user will be able to come here, record themselves, record a small snippet or a quick review, a quick piece of feedback, and then pause at any given time, continue recording, stop, they could like think about what they're going to say, and then they could preview for themselves, record a small the recording, and then if they are interested, they could discard the last recorded clip, undo that discard, and then submit it. It's a pretty cool little widget. That will probably be the first of its kind to actually, well, not the first of its kind, but like the first thing I implement and release. There's also a few other widgets that are associated to this widget that will be released with it as well. But that's for launch. I have to create some sort of like marketing campaign to like emphasize the features and what's available. It's a work in progress though. Right now we're just building out the billing page, which allows the user to manage their subscription and edit their primary payment method. We're also outputting their invoice history as well, so they could easily download and send it to their tax person to file. Correct. Yeah, there's going to be a plethora of widgets that they could toggle on and off on their website. So for instance, when they first register and onboard onto, do I have this open? Yeah, I have this open. Let's go here real quick. I just have a lot of stuff open. Yeah, let's just close out most of this stuff. 80, 81. So throughout the so this is the onboarding process. So they'll essentially come here and like register. Let's just do one real quick. Oh, something happened. Oh, I found a bug. Whatever. We'll worry about that later. But when the user onboards, they're asked for their website. It's a certain set of widgets that are niche to what I'm trying to target. I'm not trying to divulge too much information just because I'm still working on it, but I will be building out every aspect of the app on stream, so you could definitely see me build out new things. Yeah. But I've been building out like the ability to verify their domain. They could then implement the script on their website, and then the script will allow them to inject any one of these widgets on any one of their pages. So if they want a specific widget on a specific page, they could have it load there. They could also load specific components, widgets on specific pages, like in the body. So for instance, when people record these feedbacks, the company could decide to embed it on their testimonial page, you know, and have it dynamically pull in all the videos, all the text-based testimonials directly on the page, so you know they don't have to like add it one by one. All the videos will be hosted on my web service, which will handle like the streaming. I've also implemented like an iteration of a dash streaming protocol, which actually takes accounts the user's internet speed and compresses it on the fly as it's going. It's overbuilt, over-engineered, but I just thought it would be fun to do, you know, things of that nature. That's what a lot of people say. You're not a man until you use Neovim, right? No, I'm playing. It's a work in progress though, Sigmo. Add new, so we should be able to import this. I don't think there's any more errors here. Like, one of the cool things, like, I'm pretty excited about is that I actually got WASM, the WASM file, for you to be like sub 2 megabytes, which is very, very exciting, because it's like, that was one of the pitfalls in the beginning. I was like, oh man, this WASM file is like 9 megabytes. This is ridiculous. It's not ready. But then I compiled a release build and I was like, whoa, 1.5 megabytes. I'm like, that's like, and that contains like an entire app, you know. I was surprised. All right, so let's, for sure, so billing. So I think we should be able to let's do, oh no, we could just do this. Debug builds of the Rust Analyzer LSP is like 40 megabytes. Oh man, you could tell when you're like, when you're writing and you're saving and you're waiting for the LSP to like catch up, you're like, come on. Actually, I remedied it. That's how you say it. I fixed it essentially by loading Neovim on 2 separate tabs. Yeah, that's not a lot of. I mean, compared to the size, that's like 68%. All right, so we're gonna, where will we put this? I think it'll live like right underneath the card itself. So we'll populate this here, new payment method. On change, and we'll borrow the same events just to keep things simple. Oh, we have to make sure to close that. How have you been, Koopa? I haven't seen you in a while. All right, so we should be able to see this properly. Be an issue on Windows and antivirus may. Oh. By what benefits would you get? Nice. That's the dream, man. Finding a like opportunity that allows you to use Rust. That's dope. What's the benefits of stripping down Rust Analyzer? Does it help it perform better? Because I will do that in a heartbeat. Let's so we have our guy here, but why isn't it compiling? Front end, Tailwind, npm run start. We gotta compile this well, transpile this CSS. It's not catching it. Text. Yeah, we're setting it. Oh, there it is. Cool. Perfect. All right. So now what we'll do is we should probably also make it items center. Is that what it is? Item center. I mean, it's possible. It's totally possible. You're just digesting your requests through Python, and then your front end is just what you're outputting. But in that case, that stack is pretty overkill. Like, you probably... Yeah, it definitely would be. There wouldn't be any limitations there. UPX tool just compresses the size on the disk at runtime. The memory usage is so I get it. Maybe distribution. It'll make sense for distribution purposes. It is item center. I'm pretty sure of it. Oh, it just doesn't look like it because I'm looking at it from above. So a lot of you, it's like the paradigms in you is pretty similar. It is Rust, you know. So if you were to do it and you want to learn Rust, build something from both ends. Like Actix is pretty, like their documentation is pretty thorough. Like to create a like a API endpoint is as simple as adding this what is this? Is this a derive? Got you. I mean, if you're more comfortable with it, I get it. Yeah, macro. There you go. I get that. Yeah, then go for it. Like if you could write it, if that's your goal, yeah, totally. For sure. Alright, so what we're gonna do is I low-key have striped elements already situated here. Yeah, I was able to spin one up pretty quickly, but my backend is a bit more over-engineered. I created like I come from a .NET framework or .NET background, so I have like this folder structure, like rules I follow. Like I separate my controllers, my routes based off of their needs. Like I have an account service. Actually, this is not my backend. This is my backend. I have like account controller, but then I'm using Actix, but I'm breaking out and abstracting Actix in a way where, you know, I'm configuring the routes in a similar method or a similar way as you would in .NET. Yeah, I don't know. It just, you look at it, you know what's going on. You have a route, you have your methods for each of the routes. If the method doesn't match your route, you know, go to method not found. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Controller service database. All right, so we're gonna have to add a on-click action. We're gonna have to add a state here. So we'll add toggle. We'll make this a boolean, and then this will be false. And then we'll set this guy up to be overflow hidden. Yeah, I think it's a well-known paradigm, you know? It just makes sense. Overflow. We'll do min height 0 pixels, or no, max height 0 pixels. So I'm just using a Postgres server. I'm using Tokyo Postgres as like my calls, my queries. So I'm gonna use an animation which will increase the size of it to will change the max height to, you know, to 9,000, but it'll give the appearance of it like sliding outwards, right? So by doing this, by setting a pixel, it will actually transition properly. I think 0 does percentage, and it doesn't, from experience, I don't know, maybe it's changed, but when I toggle it, I'm gonna set what do you mean my node? So zero is just 0 pixels. Let me see. I thought it was 0%. True. I'll use 0 all day. And then we'll do style here. And then I'm just gonna build the format here. Just to build it out quickly. If self toggle, not what I wanted. Else height. I think 300 is fine. Actually, no, 300. And I don't even need to do... If I do this, I don't need to set minimum height. I should just be able to do duration. 200. And then just say toggle. Yeah, I think this is fine. Did I do overflow? Oh, I have to say overflow hidden. Boom, 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 boom. So what I can do, let me actually do this better. Yeah, it's the way I do it. They have classes, but I don't know. I like reading it that way. They have a macro that allows you to use like logic within classes, but there's a conflict with Tailwind. If I think what it was, if it doesn't, if it's I mean, it probably will work here with no problem. So the issue with it is, let's say you have a loading bar, right? And you need increments through 100% of the loading bar. And you have some sort of logic that goes through 1% to all the way to 100% incrementally. And you're changing the percentage of the width, right? Tailwind doesn't know that it needs to add a class for each one of those increments. So the way I go about it is I do this, but I could technically probably use a Tailwind class instead. 715209. That's such a strange username. You've been around since 2011. What does it stand for? What does 715209 stand for? Is it LIS? Got you. uh with I could probably do this directly through the class macro, honestly. But then there's this this I don't know. So when you use the class macro, you actually have to break up each individual class in its own string within a vector. So like writing it isn't really like fast. Oh, welcome. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed a lot of people were still here just lurking. I do the same thing. I do the same thing sometimes. I just like how it feels faster, right? Doing it this way. So I'll put that there. And I will move this. And our top div. Okay. And then we'll add our toggle there. That's good. Yeah, it just writes better. Like I'll do something with the macro just so you can see what I mean. Like it doesn't write well, and it's not very intuitive. Like it doesn't feel efficient. Like I feel like it's just I don't know. I don't like it. Don't like it. So essentially, what you will do is you will wrap class in the interpolator, and then you'll use this method called this macro called classes, and then within here, I believe what it is, it's what is it? Forget how to hold on. I know you has an explanation of it. So this is the macro right here. Got you. So the way you will go about it is literally you instantiate the class macro, and then each individual class has to be separated, delimited by a comma, not a comma, right? A comma, like this, and it just becomes tedious. Like it doesn't, like you can't just free type, you know. You have to, like, I don't know, it doesn't feel good writing it. So I opt in for this type of mechanism. I use a format instead. If I'm going to use a class, I do the same thing. I just use format, and if I need a toggle between classes, I'll just do that there. All right, so we have that situated. So now overflow hidden. This should be fine. Oh, there's an error. Oh. Ask away. I'll help you the best I can. I'm no knower of all things, but I could probably help. All right, so heights, pixel, toggle style. Oh, yeah. What's your question? 23 blue? I mean 21 blue. There we go. Until it clicks. you just have to keep going at it until like it just, you know, it clicks to you. It's always a learning you're always gonna learn something new. Like I still learn things like CSS tricks nowadays, like every so often. And really like understanding how to structure your HTML, it takes some time too, because you know you have to understand, like you have to look at a design and understand how you would write it in code in the markup language. I think you'll just always be learning stuff until you get to a point where, you know, it just makes sense to you. So it's loading. So essentially, don't put a time frame. Just, you know, just start, and until, you know, just keep going at it, build things. There's no definite like end time to, you know, when you should move on to the next thing. It's really dependent on how you learn. Oh, my fault. I'm using freaking this is gonna wrap it in a freaking quotes, double quotes. Loading times, I haven't tested it. I know there's an old benchmark. I don't know if they updated it, but like they have a benchmark that is a to-do app that basically like goes through each framework and tests out like load times based off like actions on it. Like they create a macro that goes around clicking things. From experience, things are pretty snappy. Like things just load, you know. This right here, this card element, is querying from Stripe, so there is a delay on that. I may actually opt in to actually store some of that metadata within the database, but not any like sensitive information. Okay, why? Oh. And one thing to point out, since a lot of this code is it's lower level code and it's done through the WASM engine, it's a lot quicker because it can handle multi-thread, you know, multi-thread operations. You're not limited to the JavaScript, you know, single-threaded paradigm. You could kind of do like your magic in the WASM side of things, if that makes sense, and then output that on the front end, which will kind of translate to some sort of JavaScript. I wouldn't have changed a thing. I wouldn't have changed a thing. I think my journey is very unique. Maybe not too unique, but unique to myself, obviously. I started programming. I don't know if anyone remembers the PSP, the PlayStation Portable. When that thing got released and when it first got hacked, like the community like figured out how to run like arbitrary code on it, on the system level. I learned my first language was Lua, of all languages. I did some cool things with it, you know. It's just I think everyone has their own journey, you know. And look at it now. Neovim uses Lua. I use it without even. Yeah, yeah. If you look in my about section underneath, I built a WoW add-on. You know, basically it synchronizes the WoW character data to my server, which allows people to like embed their WoW details, their character details on a panel on their chat, on their Twitch profile. You can hover over like your gear and see it. That was done in Lua. There was a Lua portion in there. But I think my SSL certificate is expired. I don't know if Claude was the one that pointed it out, or I forgot who, or Ernest. Ernest may have pointed it out. You know, it's not used anymore. Like, I should be pretty good about it. I should renew it. I'm using Let's Encrypt, so I could just run a command and get that up and running. Yeah, that's what it's using. But I set it up so bad. Styles. So I had it right. I don't know why I'm using styles. I set it up totally incorrectly. So that project is kind of, it's built in Node, right? So it's not really efficient in speed. I mean, if it gets you into coding, or if it gets you into that workflow of, you know, that problem solving, and, you know, if you have fun doing that type of thinking, I think there's no issue with no code. I would find an issue with it if I start seeing like the general development space go towards that. I think development, like, there's something about development that should be hands-on and very granular, because now you have these tools that do specific things, right? So now all these apps that do get released will have those same functionalities, so a lot of these apps will feel the same, you know. It won't feel unique. Like, I remember when Materials first got released, everyone was using material components on their apps. All the apps look the same, you know, for a good like 6 to 8 months. Like, all these apps that were being released looked the same, so there was no like real like uniqueness to the apps being released. And that's for mobile and web app as well. And I think there needs to be diversity. You know, let there be no code if people, you know, enjoy problem solving in that way. I have no problem with that. I think it makes sense. I think front end, like, I use Elementor to build front end websites. That's a WordPress like site builder plugin. Like, if you're building a product, I don't think you should use like like a already built platform to, I think you need to provide a unique experience. You have server side, I believe. I don't think it's really like turnkey, but I think they do have server side. Yeah, Elementor does a good job. I'm not gonna hate on Elementor because once you understand like how things work, it's like really turnkey. And especially if you're like an agency and you're building out websites for multiple clients, Elementor provides like the tools you need. But I think if you're a company, and your expertise is about building websites or building applications, then you should kind of do it by hand and provide your own touch to it. But I mean, everyone has their own views on that. And that's another thing. When people start using these site builders, all these sites are going to start looking the same. There's no stand out thing about them. Why aren't you working? Oh, I see why. I have an error that I've been ignoring. Yeah, but you can't really this is R. Thanks for the follow, Olran Quentba. It's on the roadmap. And also, SSR, like Google now renders the website on their end. Like they don't just look at the text-based version of your website. They actually render the website with their indexer. So they'll actually see your full website experience and see all the data that's there. $10x already reading it. Oh, this looks interesting. The component library. All right, I'm facing this issue that I'm not really sure what's going on. And I keep getting sidetracked. I'm like, all right, so this is 0. Oh, I effed up. Oh man. Let me see. This is gonna resolve it. Give me a second.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Like, U is compiling really fast right now, but there's something in my system locking the files, preventing it to finish. Like, I just have to close it and relaunch it. There we go. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll create a little... We'll add it up here. That's exactly what it is. It's always Rust Analyzer. Actually, no, that's not what I want. New. This is gonna be pub function. Toggle.
Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before. No. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind. No, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops, yeah, baby, I got you.
Actually, let's use an actor instead. Expected bool. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yep, that did the trick. Okay, so we actually have to add... Yeah, no, hold on. I shouldn't even have to do that. Should be able... Yeah, it shouldn't be on that. Oh. Alright, so that's being toggled. On toggle, let's add cursor pointer to this so we get that pointer. Let's also hover text purple. I think I have a duration set to default, so we should be good. It should look nice when I hover over. Again, I run it from scratch and it just runs. So you guys can see what I'm seeing. I'm gonna move my terminal over. I think the sweet spot would be 200. All right, let's get this situated. I mean, it's a little bit better. Let's see the max though. Let's set this height real quick. Got you. Have a good one. Have a good night. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so this is 200 right here, which is fair. I think that's a decent size. I could probably go half. So let's do one. Let's do 150 instead. That should make it more apparent there's a transition. I mean, it's slightly there, just happening too fast because the distance between both points are further away. I know there's a way I could do this with transform. Leave this as is for now. It gets the job done. So we have Stripe payments. Here we go. So this instantiates our payment intent. We have to make sure it only gets toggled if we're toggling the elements. Or we'll just be creating an intent every single time we load the page. All right, let's add this in and start messing with it. So what I will do is all right, so we'll put this in our payment method. Let's use components, payments, payment elements. Let's mark that file so we can access it faster. New payment. All right. So we'll load in our payment, our Stripe payment element here. I don't know if I'm using properties on here. I do have one, which is a button element. We'll set it for now, but I think I'm gonna eliminate the need and create a callback event. All right, so I am querying the payment intent. I can see it here, and I'm getting it. Just not digesting it properly here. Because Stripe isn't defined, which is impossible because Stripe should be defined. Oh crap. Stripe. I guess I'm not setting it. Interesting. All right, so that's an issue. Our stripe element should be setting that. There's probably a disconnect somewhere. So we should be setting it here, Windows stripe. Stripe is not defined. Ooh. Let's remove this. Okay, we're setting up the intent there. I mean, I could confirm we're getting our intent value. We're calling it. Let's not preserve this. All right, we're getting our intents. So we're getting the message here. We're getting our intents. We're requesting our payment intents. The object is proper. It's success. Oh. No, it's not setting it properly because we're looking for a client secret, but it's success. So if I were to do this, this should resolve all the issues. There we go. Cool. All right. So I think this is a good stopping point. I will be on tomorrow early morning at probably around like 10 a.m. EST. But we will finish up adding this add payment action, and we'll actually get it to work, allowing the user to store new cards onto their account. And then we'll implement like the set to default options. Yeah, we'll finish this up tomorrow. I appreciate everyone stopping by. It was a pleasure talking to all these new faces. Really appreciate it. Hope to catch you guys tomorrow. Let's go ahead and raid someone. See you around 715. Let's raid. I think we're gonna raid. Oh, Alt F4 is on. We'll raid Alt F4. I think it's a Tilta. All right, everyone. Appreciate everyone stopping by.